all in line. And they're off. A good beginning. It's Diamondback out fastest from the outside with 4 Knights, and Half Lit is also showing up from the rail. It's a gap of 3 back to AI Initiative, and the early trailer is going to be Readout's Light. Under the wire for the first time, it is Diamondback securing the lead. He's a length better than 4 Knights, who's found the rail. Half Lit is coming to the outside as they go into the clubhouse turn. It's a gap of 4 more to AI Initiative and 4 still to Readout's Light. Opening quarter was 23-2. It is Diamondback leading the way, a length and a half better than 4 Knights as they reach the 6 furlong pole. 2.5 more to Half Lit, who's stalking from third. 4 back to AI Initiative, and Readout's Light has 12 lengths to make up on the leader. Into the backstretch they go. It is Diamondback taking a slight bit of pressure from 4 Knights. They went the half in 47-1. Half Lit is still in striking range from third. They're getting away from AI Initiative and Readout's Light, who continue to the trail the field with a half mile left to race. Diamondback still controls the pace. 4 Knights is right there. Half Lit hasn't been asked yet from third. Readout's Light is about to join AI Initiative as they race into the turn. 3 furlongs to go, and now Diamondback is looking to give the slip to 4 Knights. Half Lit begins his rally. 3 quarters, 1:12-1. Diamondback now asked for more, but Half Lit is moving into the race nicely. Here comes Readout's Light from the back with a big rally. AI Initiative also gathering steam. They've reeled in Diamondback. The leader is now Half Lit as they swing for home. Half Lit has the lead, but here's Readout's Light down the far outside. Half Lit trying to hold off Readout's Light. AI Initiative also there. Readout's Light puts the head in front. It is Readout's Light. Half Lit second, AI Initiative third, but Readout's Light is going on to a last to first score under Chris Husbands. Readout's Light going to win by 2.5. AI Initiative second, then Half Lit, Diamondback, and 4 Knights, 152-1. And they're off. Shakumaku broke a bit slowly. That changes the complexion as Jibaro is going to blast out from the rail to set the fractions. Shakumaku going to try and rush up the rail to make pace. Core is on the outside in striking range. Racing in fourth is One More Ring, and the trailer is Exceed. Jibaro leads the way into the turn now, taking some pressure from Shakumaku, who's caught up. Core is 3 deep in striking range. Exceed moving well into fourth, passing One More Ring as they race the quarter in 22-2. It is Jibaro now head and head with Shakumaku. Core is third, 3 deep. Exceed 3 lengths off the leaders, and One More Ring trails. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and now Shakumaku has the head in front of Jibaro. Core is right there down the outside. Exceed tries to rally. It's Shakumaku and Core now head and head. Core sticks the head in front. Exceed tries to rally. Core has the advantage over Shakumaku. Core and Pierre Mailhot. It's going to be Core to score in the second. Core by a length over Shakumaku, then a fast closing Exceed and One More Ring, 57-3. And they're off. Pretty good start. Sparkle Sammy is out best with My Final Trick. Deep on the course is Forest B. Musical Ride is racing as a pair with Snell Flicka. Then it's a gap of 2 to Brienne of Tarth, who trails the field. Down the backstretch they go, and from the far outside, Forest B has burst clear to a 2-length lead. My Final Trick is racing in second. Settling third between horses is Sparkle Sammy with Snell Flicka on the rail, and Musical Ride angling wide, 2.5 more to Brienne of Tarth. Opening quarter in 22-1. It is Forest B and Alexis Sanchez looking to make all the running. My Final Trick in striking range from second. Sparkle Sammy third. Snell Flicka fourth. Musical Ride needs to do better. Brienne of Tarth tries to launch a rally. Here comes My Final Trick ranging up to Forest B. My Final Trick sticks the head in front. Forest B battles back along the rail. Snell Flicka looking for room. Sparkle Sammy rallying. Musical Ride and Brienne of Tarth down the far outside. Who do you like here? Sparkle Sammy gets the head in front. Here's Brienne of Tarth. Brienne of Tarth last to first. Sparkle Sammy, then Snell Flicka and Musical Ride, 59-3. And they're off. Perfect break. Remember Old Times out well from the rail with Shelley the Rocket, Pacenza, and racing between them is Luema. Jara is saving ground and advancing, and along the outside trailing the field is Sweet Finale. Remember Old Times is making the pace, being pressed from the outside by Shelley the Rocket. Jara now splits them to force to inject pressure on Remember Old Times. Pacenza is racing fourth with Luema fifth wide on the track, and Luema is trailing the field. Quarter, 23 flat, and the new leader is Jara. She's rushed out to a 1.5 length lead over Shelley the Rocket. Remember Old Times is being joined by Pacenza. Sweet Finale is deep on the course, and Luema continues to trail the field 8 lengths off the leader. Less than a quarter of a mile to race. It is Jara trying to find the wire. Shelley the Rocket is second. Remember Old Times needs to re-break from third. Sweet Finale trying to rally past Pacenza. Down the stretch they come, and they haven't reached Jara yet. She's still up by 1.5, but Shelley the Rocket is making a run. They're 6 lengths clear of the rest. Jara looking strong in the final 16th of a mile. It's going to be Jara and Pierre Mailhot, a 2-length victory. Shelley the Rocket second. Sweet Finale third over Pacenza, 104-2. And they're off. A good break. Gimbala shows up from the rail with Storming Lady. Splitting them now is Green Gables. Sneaky Rebel is racing in fourth, and fifth on the outside is Simple Souvenir. Green Gables now has a pressing spot, taking the lead from Gimbala. It is Green Gables, a length better than Gimbala. Storming Lady, third on the outside. Sneaky Rebel is fourth, and now Simple Souvenir at the back. They're almost single file as they race within the half-mile pole. 22-1 for the opening quarter, set by Green Gables as they race into the turn. Green Gables is up by 2. Gimbala is second. Storming Lady has found the rail, pushed on for a little bit more from third. 2 lengths better than Sneaky Rebel, and here comes Simple Souvenir with her rally. It is still Green Gables leading the way, but Gimbala and Storming Lady are both moving into contention. Simple Souvenir into fourth at the head of the lane. 45-1 for the half. It is Green Gables looking to go all the way. Gimbala second. Storming Lady looking for room. Simple Souvenir down the outside. Green Gables clinging to the lead. Here comes Storming Lady trying to split horses. Has a tight spot to come through. Gimbala hits the front. It's Gimbala and Jeffrey Alderson on top. Storming Lady second, then Green Gables and Simple Souvenir, 1-10-4. They're at the post. And they're off. Pretty good break. Miss P's Bella showing speed from the center with Baby Mo. Hasn't hit me yet. And widest of all, Freret sticks her head in front. Here comes Silver Tunes up the rail. It's a clustered pace. Baby Mo ahead in front of Freret. Silver Tunes pressing from the rail. Hasn't hit me yet in a stalking spot from fourth on the outside of Crumlin Bird. Then we have Miss P's Bella wide on the course, and the trailer is Better Be Swift as they race into the turn. Baby Mo and Freret are locked in battle. Past a quarter in 23 seconds flat. Silver Tunes third on the inside of Hasn't Hit Me Yet. Miss P's Bella three deep in fifth. Then we have Crumlin Bird and Better Be Swift. It is Baby Mo and short lead from Freret. Hasn't Hit Me Yet is third between horses. Silver Tunes still fourth. Freret has the head in front of Baby Mo, who's resilient on the rail. Crumlin Bird trying to rally from the back. It is Freret. Baby Mo not done with. Crumlin Bird trying to make up 3 lengths in the final 16th. Freret, here comes Crumlin Bird coming down to the wire. Freret looking to hold. Crumlin Bird surging. Photo. Freret might have just held on from Crumlin Bird, then Baby Mo and Hasn't Hit Me Yet. 59-1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fort Erie Racetrack on a beautiful Monday afternoon. Solid 8 race card coming up today. There's some big fields later in the day. Nice weather day. It's mostly cloudy, 21 degrees Celsius or 70 Fahrenheit. We've got a strong wind coming out of the east, a tailwind down the backstretch. The main track is fast and the turf is firm. The rail is at 0 feet, 29 minutes to post. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for information about everything going on at the track. You can find live streaming of the races and all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get information about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing will be back tomorrow, Tuesday, September 26th, our final 3 p.m. start of the season. Fort Erie's Track-O-Lantern is taking place on October 9th at 1 o'clock. Kids in costume can come and trick-or-treat around the track. Fan Appreciation Day is taking place on Tuesday, October 17th at 1 o'clock. That's the final live racing day of the season. We're going to have prize draws, free programs, and much more. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. The Homestretch Bar and the Tiki Bar are closed for the season, but they will be open again on Track-O-Lantern Day. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.25 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Pick 4 and Pick 5 pools guaranteed at $10,000. The Pick 5s are beginning in races 1 and 4, Pick 4s in races 2 and 5. Jackpot High Five wagering offered in the 8th race today. The carryover is $2,985.69. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is permitted on the property. Coming up next are today's changes. In race 1, we have an overweight on the number 2, Strong Ending. The rider will be 2 pounds over at 124. In race 2, Vet Scratch the number 3, Video Vida. We have an overweight on the number 6, Artie's All In, 2 pounds over at 124. In race 3, Stewart Scratch the number 7, Awesome Break. In race 4, Vet Scratch the number 2, Roadmap. Stewart Scratch the main track only, number 8, Cozy Valentine. In race 5, we have an overweight on the number 3, Morning Thoughts. The rider will be 2 pounds over at 124. Vet Scratch the number 4, Executive Giant. In race 6, we have an overweight on the number 1, Little Fire. The rider will be 2 pounds over at 124. In race 7, an overweight on the number 2, Breach of Trust, 1 pound over at 123. The number 5, Ashwicken, 1 pound over at 120. And the number 8, Mighty Pele, 2 pounds over at 124. In race 8, overweight on the number 4, Diamond Heist, 4 pounds over at 124. The number 5, Beyond Talented, 2 pounds over at 122. Vet Scratch the number 7, Autumn So Flashy. And an overweight on the 8, Get Ready Set Fire, 1 pound over, 121. So we're in our final week of the late summer 3 o'clock starts here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We have some big fields this week, today and tomorrow. So some solid wagering opportunities. Let's take a look at our selections on today's card. Race 1 is a starter optional claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. The distance is 6 furlongs. I'm going to go with a long shot to open up the card. The number 1, Mobilizer. Mobilizer tracked the speed of Vinny Van Gogh, who went wire to wire in the Helsinki MSA Cup. Gave way to be 4th. That was a pretty good effort, all things considered, though. Mobilizer can be very fast out of the gate. His form is a little hit or miss, but on the right day, he should be good enough to beat this group. Could offer a square price. The number 4, Striking Moon, is looking for his 5th win of the Fort Erie season. He was claimed for $8,000 on September 12th, where he came out a length on top of Paperback Hero. He's looking for his 3rd consecutive win here. Striking Moon gets out of the gate good, should be a threat in his first start off the claim. Then the number 3, Jack Beanstalk. Very solid old sprinter here at Fort Erie Racetrack. He's won 6 out of 16 starts over our main track. Disappointed in the Helsinki MSA Cup, but he was only 3/4 of a length behind Mobilizer that day. Could rebound in his first start for the John Sims barn. Always tough to ignore the number 2, Strong Ending, last year's Horse of the Year. Do not ignore him. Race 2 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs, scratch the 3, Video Vita. My top pick is the number 4, Don't Stop Dreamin', who took on Ontario-sired 3-year-olds in the $100,000 Lake Erie Stakes. And he didn't embarrass himself at all. He was really only beaten a length for the 3rd place money on that day. One Bay Hemingway and One More Brew were way far in front. Now Don't Stop Dreamin' gets back to the Fort Erie standard allowance level. His only other start over the main track was a 15-length romp in a maiden 62.50. He should be live getting back to this kind of competition. The number 2, Bait and Switch, was a pretty impressive winner over the turf course on September 4th. He made a very wide move down the backstretch, stayed wide throughout, and still came out on top. Reload Bullet came out of that race to win 2 in a row. Only question with Bait and Switch is whether or not he will handle the dirt, but if he does, he is right there. Then the number 5, Voyant. This is the stablemate to Bait and Switch, Voyant. A little disappointing in an off-turf race on September 18th. Clustered pace and then gave way in the final furlong. He's win shy, 1 for 23 in his career, but he is capable of some good efforts on the right day. Maybe his speed will carry a little more, stretching out from 5 furlongs to 6 1/2. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. The distance is 1 mile and 70 yards. We're going to go for a price of $4,000. I'm going to give the call to the number 3, Broadway Ruckus. Broadway Ruckus went wire to wire to break his maiden 2 starts ago, bumped up to the allowance level on September 11th, and led into the stretch, but could not keep up in the final furlong. Drops back in for $4,000 claiming, the same price he was taken for. If he gets loose on the lead, he should be able to take them all the way. The number 1, Tabo, last raced on August 15th, beating a soft field to break his maiden for this price. He now comes back with a stretch out to 1 mile and 70 yards in his first start in about 5 weeks. Tabo, an interesting contender in his first try against winners. Stablemate to Tabo is the 5, Win the Draw, who grinded past the hanging Breach of Trust to break his maiden at this distance on September 11th. Isn't hooking an impossibly tough field for his first start against winners. Race 4 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're going to go about 7 furlongs over the turf course. The claiming price is $4,000. This is a pretty open group of mares. I think there's quite a few who have a shot here. 10 to 1 morning line is the number 5, Savvy's Sister, who hasn't had many good opportunities to go the about 7 furlong distance this year. Most of the time she's been stuck racing against the boys or hooking some tougher groups. I think she fits very nicely with this bunch of mares here at the $4,000 level. Definitely a little better than her recent form would suggest, and she's had about a month to freshen up now. Savvy's Sister live for the combo of Kirk Johnson and Paula Loescher. The number 4, Rain by Rain, gets back to the turf course for the first time since June 18th, where she ran a pretty good 4th behind Pluie Davril with a wide trip. Should be very competitive on the turf at the $4,000 level. Her run in the Molson Cup was not bad. She only missed the second place spot by a length and a quarter and was a winner on the main track 2 starts ago. Races with no whip today. Number 3, Crumlin Bird, rallied from last to win by a nose last week at the 5 furlong distance over a turf course rated as good. Crumlin Bird hit or miss, but she does like this turf course and has a win at the about 7 furlong distance. Alexis Sanchez will retain the mount for owner-trainer Gary Chidobiak. Race 5 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. We're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs. There's some nice horses in here. I'm going with the number 7, Wilberforce, who I've been a pretty big proponent of in recent starts, and he really hasn't let me down. He's run second to Nicolau 2 times in a row. Wilberforce led well into the stretch, but just could not hold off Nicolau in the Puss in Boots Cup. Mile and 16th on the turf that day. Now we get back to 6 1/2 on the main track, but he's won at 6 1/2 on the main track. He almost won going 5 1/2 on the main track, closing from last a few starts ago. He's just a nice horse. Son of Kitten's Joy. I think he's the one to beat here. The number 2, 7 is a Breeze, is a long shot who I would be willing to consider. Did not do any running in the Puss in Boots, but I'm not surprised that he didn't take to the turf well. He's not particularly well bred for it. His dirt form is pretty good, better than it looks. If there's any pace to run at, 7 is a Breeze could come flying under apprentice Amanda Vandermeersch. 7 is a Breeze stablemate, the number 5, Victory March. John Sims was a winner with this one off the claim on August 8th. He made a nice rally to win as the favorite over Raging Bear and Action Point. Victory March loves a fast dirt track, and he should be a contender. Has not raced since August 8th as he was scratched in the sloppy going in the Helsinki MSA Cup. Race 6 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. The claiming price is $8,000 down to $7,000. We're going 6 furlongs. John Sims and Amanda Vandermeersch team up with the 5, JMR Gemma. She's been very consistent throughout the year. She won 2 in a row, July and August, and has since been racing well against tougher company. Most recently was a good 3rd behind Cozy Valentine, who won 2 in a row here at Fort Erie. Before that, she was 4th behind Sheba Town, who came back to win the Horse People's Luminary Cup. So JMR Gemma getting back in for the $8,000 price should be tough to beat here. The number 3, Love My Cheryl, drops in for a tag for the first time. She was a non-threatening 5th in the Horse People's Luminary Cup. Before that was a non-threatening 6th in the prep race for that. Getting in for $8,000, not having to face Sheba Town and Gimbala should be a huge boost to Love My Cheryl today. Definitely willing to give her a look. And then coming in from Woodbine, the number 6, Cedar Valley. Cedar Valley, 2 for 31 in her career. We're going to see how she handles the dirt track. She's been racing okay at Woodbine, but is definitely going to welcome the easier company here. Just a matter of how she handles the dirt. Race 7 is a maiden claimer, 3-year-olds and up, going about 7 furlongs on the turf course for a price of $4,000 down to $3,750. I'm going to go with the filly taking on the boys here, the number 5, Ashwicken, who's taking the plunge in for $4,000 claiming. She took on the boys on September 4th in a maiden special weight event and ran a good force. She looked like she might be a winner in the mid-stretch, but could not hold off Bait and Switch. Einvar sold that. Decent horse. Reload Bullet has won 2 in a row. That's a good group. Ashwicken with this big class drop should be tough to beat. The number 1, Go Go Gabriel, comes out of the same race as Ashwicken. That was his first start of the year, and he did not threaten. Might have needed that race to tighten up, though, coming off of the long layoff. He had been off over a year. Now plunges in for 4, draws a good post. Leading rider Chris Husbands will retain the mount. The number 2, Breach of Trust, is going to switch back to the turf course. He finished 2nd over this course back in May. Has been on the dirt exclusively since then. Breach of Trust always looks like a winner and then finds a way to lose. That's just kind of how he is. Son of Super Speedy should be a pace factor from the 2-hole. Final race of the day, race 8 is a maiden allowance race, 3-year-olds and up, going 6 furlongs. jackpot high five wagering offered here in the 8th, and it's a very competitive maiden allowance group, field of 9 after the scratch of Autumn So Flashy. My top pick is the 5, Beyond Talented. Beyond Talented bore out badly in the stretch on August 29th when coming off the layoff, finished 4th. Came back on September 11th and ran a good second behind Reload Bullet, who went gate to wire, came back to win again. So now Beyond Talented looks very competitive with Erie. He clearly likes the Fort Erie main track. He's in good order right now. Hopefully today could be the day to get things done. Number 3, Einvar Soldat. I wish this race was on turf for this horse. I think this is a horse. He's good on both surfaces, but I think he's definitely best on the turf. He's raced well on the main track, though. A lot of seconds and thirds this season should be a factor. Melanie Pinto and Julie Mathis team up on this gelded son of Soldat. Then as a bit of a long shot, I'm going to throw in the 9, Le Grand Garçon. I didn't mind the way this horse ran first time out. Had some late energy, galloped out very strongly. Then took on winners second time out. Then went to Woodbine and tried the turf course for $25,000. Those are both cross-out races. Maiden special weight on the dirt. I'd like to see him 2 turns on the dirt. I think he would thrive. But I don't mind him at 20-1 to pick up a share here for your jackpot high five wagers. That's a look at our 8-race card today. Some very strong races on this card. Another good card coming up tomorrow. Some great weekday action here at the Border Oval. Best of luck with all of your wagers.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a starter optional claiming event for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or competing for a price of $10,000. We're going to go a distance of 6 furlongs on the main track. Race 1 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $10,000. Post parade, number 1 is Mobilizer. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for owner-trainer Howard Keene. Number 2, Strong Ending. Ishmael Mosquera in the saddle for trainer Richard Davis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3 is Jack Beanstalk. Jeffrey Alderson has the call for trainer John Sims and owners Dominic Licio and Deborah Fletcher. Number 4 is Striking Moon. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Paul Mandolfino and owner Victoria Rodhay. Number 5 is Crafty Conquest. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owners Joseph and Charles Loyacano. Also from the shed row of Julie Mathis is the 6, Summer Retreat. Melanie Pinto rides for owner Alicia Robillard. 4 minutes to post to race 1. $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5 begins here. Down to 1 minute to post. Starting gate is in position. Not much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. 20-cent early, pick 5, beginning here. $10,000 guaranteed pool. Race 1 field heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. 6 to 5 on the number 4, Striking Moon. 3 to 1 second choice is the 5, Crafty Conquest. 4 to 1 on the number 2, Strong Ending. 5 to 1 on the 3, Jack Beanstalk. First to load is Mobilizer under Amanda Vandermeersch. Strong Ending and Ishmael Mascara. Gate 2. Jack Beanstalk and Jeffrey Alderson. Striking Moon looks for his 3rd consecutive win. Kirk Johnson aboard. Crafty Conquest and Chris Husbands. Last in will be Summer Retreat and Melanie Pinto. All set for a Monday at Fort Erie Racetrack. And they're off. Good break. Summer Retreat out like a shot from the outside. Striking Moon is also showing up from the center. Crafty Conquest between them. Mobilizer under a hold from the rail with Jack Beanstalk. The early trailer is going to be Strong Ending. From the outside draw, it is Summer Retreat leading the way, but Striking Moon is rushing up to put the pressure on there, head and head with just over a half mile to race. Mobilizer in a stalking spot from the rail with Crafty Conquest to his outside. 21-3 for the opening quarter. Into the turn, it's a duel up front. Striking Moon and Summer Retreat. Crafty Conquest clear into third, 2 lengths off the leaders. Mobilizer asked for a little more. Jack Beanstalk is wide and Strong Ending tries to launch his rally. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. Striking Moon has strided out to a 2-length lead. Crafty Conquest to the outside, passing Summer Retreat. 44 flat to the half. At the head of the lane, it's Striking Moon and Kirk Johnson. Summer Retreat and Crafty Conquest battling for second. Strong Ending trying to rally from last, but Striking Moon is extending the margin. It is Striking Moon up by 6 with a 16th of a mile to go. Striking Moon the easiest of wins. Strong Ending up for second over Crafty Conquest and Jack Beanstalk, 109-1. Unofficial in the opener, the winner is the 4, Striking Moon. Second, number 2, Strong Ending. Third is the 5, Crafty Conquest. Fourth, number 3, Jack Beanstalk. Unofficial race 1 order, 4-2-5-3. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 4, Striking Moon. Striking Moon is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Palace Malice out of Roxy Fast Moon, bred in Florida by Southwind Stables. Ridden to victory today by Kirk Johnson, Striking Moon is trained by Paul Mandolfino for owner Victoria Rodhay. That's lifetime win number 9 for Striking Moon, his 5th of the season here at Fort Erie Racetrack, the first horse to win 5 this year at the Border Oval. Striking Moon set rapid fractions and completed the 6 furlongs in a time of 109-1. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. It's official, Striking Moon, 470, 240, 210. Number 2, Strong Ending, second, 280 to place, 240. Third is the 5, Crafty Conquest, 270 to show. $2 exacta, 4-2, 1170. $1 try, 425, 2575. $1 super, 4253, 5940. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Changes for race 2, vet scratch the number 3, Video Vida. Overweight on the number 6, Artie's All In, 2 pounds over at 124. 18 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a few late rider changes to announce here. Melanie Pinto will be off her remaining mounts today at Fort Erie Racetrack. Here in race 2, the number 1 Have to Reload will now be ridden by Kirk Johnson. Put Kirk Johnson on the 1. In race 4, the number 6 Silent But Violent will now be ridden by Christopher Husbands. In race 6, the number 3, Love My Cheryl, rider to be announced. In race 7, the number 3, Ngabe, rider to be announced. And in race 8, the number 3, Ein Vahar Soldat, rider to be announced. So once again, in race 2, number 1, Have to Reload, now will be ridden by Kirk Johnson. Race 4, number 6, Silent But Violent, now will be Chris Husbands. Melanie Pinto off the remaining mounts today. The rest will be announced as they are brought to my attention.
Race 2 kicks off our early pick 4, and it's an allowance event here. 4 non-winners of 2 lifetimes set to go 6.5 furlongs on the main track. A big scratch in here of the number 3, which does leave us with a field of 5, but still a couple of runners in here I think are very intriguing. And we'll start with the number 2, Bait and Switch, who I think is intriguing for a couple of reasons. Obviously, he's going to try the dirt for the first time, which is a question, but from a pedigree perspective, he should just be just fine being by Sky Mesa, who's average numbers or above average numbers with dirt offspring. And I think he's mainly intriguing also because of his most recent race. It was first off the claim for trainer Anthony Alderson, and just in terms of the trip that he got, he was not in a hurry early. He had a lot of work to do in the race, but once he kind of figured things out in the stretch, he ended up drawing clear by half a length. And to me, he just seems like a horse that hasn't figured it all out yet and might have some more talent than he was able to show last time out. And I actually think that race, though, was quite strong. It was going 7/8 on the turf course, a 2-turn distance. So not only the dirt is the question, but he's going to have to cut back to a 1-turn distance here. And to me, I think he's probably the horse to beat. But the one that's going to maybe be his main competition is the number 4, Don't Stop Dreamin'. This one out of the Sharon Sacato barn was 5th last time out on the Lake Erie. And just looking at that performance, it was his 2nd time on the dirt. I want to go back to his actual first start on the dirt back on July 24th, while in for the 6250 tag against maiden claimers. It was a walk in the park for this son of Giant Gizmo. He ended up drawing clear by 15 lengths in the end. Now, I don't know what he really faced in that maiden claiming event. It wasn't the deepest of waters, but the way that he won, as well as the Beyer speed figure that he got of a 77. It certainly at least gives him a long look in here, and I think it'll be interesting to see what he can do. Chris Husbands, a book to ride, and just really great numbers all season long for Chris, but really when teaming up with this barn. And finally, wrap things up here with the number 1, Have to Reload. This one out of the Mike Blake barn was claimed last time out for $5,000. I thought it was a well-met second behind Soup Spoon, who on paper seemed like the horse to beat in that race. It was going 5.5. I actually am curious to see him get that extra 1/8 of a mile today. He draws to the inside, and you go down the page, especially those races 3 and 4 starts back. He was pretty close to some early hot fractions in those races, and with that inside draw today, I wonder if he'll be in a very good position just stalking the pace setter in here, whoever that ends up being, or maybe he'll be part of the pace. But for me, the number 2, Bait and Switch, is who I landed on in the top spot for race number 2. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more replacement riders to announce for the first time. You'll turn your programs forward to race 6. The number 3, Love My Cheryl, will now be ridden by Christopher Husbands. And in race 8, the number 3, Einvar Soldat, will now be ridden by Juan Crawford. Once again, in race 6, number 3, Love My Cheryl, the rider is now Chris Husbands. Race 8, the number 3, Einvar Soldat, now be ridden by Juan Crawford. The only change we are waiting is in race 7, the number 3, Ngabe, rider still to be announced. Field is now making their way on track for today's second race. It's an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races, going to travel 6 1/2 furlongs. Race 2 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, Double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $10,000. Post parade, number 1 is Have to Reload. Kirk Johnson picks up the mount for trainer Mike Blake and owners Ascot Stud, Mike Blake Sr., Mark Stout, and Rachel Stalker Parks. Number 2 is Bait and Switch, Jeffrey Alderson in the saddle for trainer Anthony Alderson and owner Glenn Alderson. Scratch a 3. Number 4 is Don't Stop Dreamin'. Chris Husbands has the call for trainer Sharon Chicato and owner Mickey Demers. Number 5 is Voyant. Emil Ramsamy pilots for trainer Anthony Alderson and owner Rough Around the Edges LLC. Completing the field, number 6 is Artie's All In. Ishmael Mosquera rides for trainer Pierre Crete and owner Charlie Brown. $10,000 guaranteed early pick 4 kicks off here in the second. Ladies and gentlemen, late rider change being announced in the 7th race. Turn your programs forward to race 7. The number 3 Ngabe will now be ridden by Juan Crawford. Put Juan Crawford on the number 3 Ngabe in race 7. Field for today's second race is approaching the starting gate, about to go behind. It is now post time. 4 to 5 favorite is the number 4, Don't Stop Dreamin'. 5 to 2 second choice is the 1, Have to Reload. Support at 4 to 1 for the 2, Bait and Switch in his dirt debut. $10,000 guaranteed early pick 4 begins here in race 2. First to come up is Have to Reload. Kirk Johnson looking to complete the early double. Have to Reload, a bit reluctant to come up. Goes in now. Bait and Switch up next with Jeffrey Alderson. The favorite, Don't Stop Dreamin' at 3 to 5. Voyant with Emil Ramsamy. Last in will be Artie's All In and Ishmael Mosquera. They are at the post. And they're off. Bait and Switch broke slowly. Voyant out well with Don't Stop Dreamin'. Third on the inside is Have to Reload. Artie's All In is dropping back with Bait and Switch. It is Don't Stop Dreamin' and Voyant dueling on the lead as they race onto the backstretch proper, just over 5 furlongs to go. Stockings position for Have to Reload in third, 2.5 lengths off of the leaders. Bait and Switch is gaining ground. He's opened up 3 lengths on the trailer. Artie's All In. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter. Within the final half mile, it is Voyant and Don't Stop Dreaming duking it out. Bait and Switch has slipped up the rail into third, passing Have to Reload. It's a gap of 5 back to Artie's All In, who's under a ride within the 3 furlong pole. Voyant going a little better than Don't Stop Dreamin', but here comes Bait and Switch gaining ground. 44 and 3 to the half. Quarter to go. It is Voyant and Don't Stop Dreaming still leading the way, but Bait and Switch is gaining ground with every stride. 3 across the track at the head of the lane. Don't Stop Dreamin' now responds, but Bait and Switch is trying to reel them all in down the outside. 3 in a line. Don't Stop Dreamin'. Here's Bait and Switch getting by. It is Bait and Switch taking control. Bait and Switch drawing clear. He's opened up 2. Bait and Switch in front. Bait and Switch wins 2.5 over Don't Stop Dreamin', then Voyant and Have to Reload, 116 and 2. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 2, Bait and Switch. Second is the 4, Don't Stop Dreamin'. Third, number 5, Voyant. And fourth is the 1, Have to Reload. Unofficial race 2 order, 2-4-5-1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 2, Bait and Switch. Bait and Switch, a 3-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Sky Mesa out of Bears Gem, bred here in Ontario by Kingview Farms and Doug Anderson. Ridden to victory today by Jeffrey Alderson, Bait and Switch is trained by Anthony Alderson. For owner Glenn Alderson, Bait and Switch, now for 2 for 2 off of the claim, completing the 6 1/2 furlongs in a time of 1:16 and 2. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. Race 2 is official. Prices are up. Bait and Switch, 11.20, 290, 310. Number 4, Don't Stop Dreamin' second, 240 to place, 210. Third is the 5, Voyant, 350 to show. $2 exacta, 2-4, 27.30. The $1 try, 2-4-5, $30.50. $1 super, 2-4-5-1, $45.25. $2 double, 4-2, $30.10. Fort Erie's Track-O-Lantern is taking place on October 9th at 1 o'clock. Kids in costume can come and trick or treat around the track. Changes for race 3. Stewart scratched the number 7, Awesome Break. 17 minutes to post.
Well, we'll go around 2 turns here in race number 3 at a distance of 1.70 miles for these $4,000 claimers in search of that second lifetime win. And trainer Richard Davis going to send out a couple in here. He's going to send out the number 1, Tabo, as well as the number 5, Win the Draw. And that's where I'll start things off with Win the Draw. 4-year-old son of Big Screen, who last came out, put it all together and was able to get the job done in career start number 16. It was just his second start in the Davis barn. And, the thing that I really liked is that Richard Davis, after that first poor showing, kept him at 1.70 miles, kept him around 2 turns. He did drop slightly in claiming price. I don't know if it was that much softer of a group. And this one got a really good trip, was much more forward. Amanda Vandermeers climbed aboard for the first time. And the big thing in the stretch was this one was able to get to the outside of Breach of Trust, who's a horse that's got a little bit of second-itis. He got a little leg weary and maybe moved this one up a little bit and towards the outside rail. But I thought Win the Draw raced very well and was able to get the job done. And I think this is the perfect spot to see if the repeat is well within his reach. Now, the number 3, Broadway Ruckus. These two squared off back on that race on August 22nd, where Broadway Ruckus was able to graduate. He went to the front. He stayed in front. There's nothing really wrong with the performance. He was forwardly placed, and then after that, his connections decided to jump him up to that allowance level, non-winners of 2 lifetime. He tried to steal it on the front end, but in terms of the way the race panned out, a little bit faster on the front and just a more quality group overall, and he was unable to sustain that bid. He ended up finishing 4th in that field of 5, beaten by 7.5, and he really wasn't near the top 3 runners in there. It was a spread out bunch, especially between 2nd and 3rd and 4th. So we'll see what he can do here. He's going to drop in for the $4,000 tag. I think this is probably a more realistic spot for him. And finally, the other Richard Davis trainee, the number 1, Tabo. My question for him will be going around 2 turns. Last time out, he was able to graduate at the 6 furlong distance over a muddy main track. He tracked in second throughout. He tracked My Song Baby and ended up getting able to pass that one in the stretch to get the job done. But now he's going to stretch out around 2 turns, and I wonder, with the inside draw, is he able to get a good position early on and kind of save some ground and maybe sit just off the pace and let it loose in the stretch? I'm thinking that may be possible against this field today, but I do go to a stablemate, the number 5, Win the Draw, as my top selection. Best of luck here in race number 3.
Field is making their way on track for today's 3rd race. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Going to travel 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track for a claiming price of $4,000. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Post parade, number 1 is Tabo. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Richard Davis and owners Gerard Catalano and Victor Nozzo. Number 2 is No More. Chris Husbands has the call for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Number 3 is Broadway Ruckus. Kirk Johnson pilots for trainer Paul Mandolfino and owner Lincoln Rodhay. Number 4 is Erie Island Man. Brandon Boulanger in the saddle for trainer Gary Chidobiak and owner Uton Wallace. Richard Davis owns and trains the number 5, Win the Draw. Amanda Vandermeersch is the jockey. Completing the field, number 6, Unbridled Inferno. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Paula Loescher and owner Canny Ing. Scratch the 7, 1 minute to post for race 3. Starting gate is in position. Not too much time left to get your race 3 wagers in. Race 3 field is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. 3-2 favorite is the number 3, Broadway Ruckus. Second choices at 3-1 are the 2, No More, and the 6, Unbridled Inferno. 5-1 support on the number 1, Tabo. Field of 6 going to go 1 mile and 70 yards in today's third race. Tabo and Pierre Mailhot will be the first to come up. Tabo steps in. No More with Chris Husbands. No More reluctant to come up. Now steps in. Broadway Ruckus at 8-5, looking to give Kirk Johnson and Paul Mandolfino a double on the card. Long shot Erie Island Man with Brandon Boulanger. Win the Draw, a last out winner with Amanda Vandermeersch. Last in will be the gray, Unbridled Inferno and Juan Crawford. All in line. And they're off. Broadway Ruckus broke well, No More, and Win the Draw also showing up with Tabo along the rail. Erie Island Man is taking back, and the early trailer is going to be Unbridled Inferno, but as they race into the clubhouse turn, it is Broadway Ruckus assuming control. Broadway Ruckus is on top. Tabo second under a hold on the rail. Third on the outside is No More. It's a gap of 2 more to Win the Draw, 2.5 to Erie Island Man, and still at the back is Unbridled Inferno. Opening quarter raced in 23-2. It is Broadway Ruckus in control, 1.5 lengths better than Tabo in second. No More is racing in third. Win the Draw tries to gain position from fourth. Then it's a gap of 6 more to Erie Island Man, and still at the back, Unbridled Inferno. Just over a half mile to race. It is Broadway Ruckus. The lead is now 3. A stack of 3 next. No More in the middle of Tabo and Win the Draw. 46-2 to the half. Into the clubhouse, into the far turn they go. Broadway Ruckus is looking to go coast to coast. He has a 2-length lead over No More and Win the Draw. Tabo is backing out. It's a gap of 7 more to Erie Island Man and Unbridled Inferno well back. Midway around the far turn, Broadway Ruckus is yet to be asked. No More pushed along a little bit from second. Win the Draw is styling. Look at Erie Island Man gaining momentum from the back. 3/4, 1:11-1 at the head of the lane. Broadway Ruckus yet to be asked, now tapped on once by Kirk Johnson. No More is creeping closer in second. Erie Island Man looking to pull off an upset. Less than a furlong to go. They're not going to get to Broadway Ruckus. Broadway Ruckus is on cruise control, tapped on now by Kirk Johnson, still has a 4-length cushion. It is Broadway Ruckus gate to wire. Erie Island Man rallied to be second, then No More and Tabo, 143-3. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 3, Broadway Ruckus. Second is the 4, Erie Island Man. Third is the 2, No More, and fourth, number 1, Tabo. Unofficial race 3 order, 3-4-2-1. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 3, Broadway Ruckus. Broadway Ruckus is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Violence out of Broadway Gal, bred in Florida by Ocala Stud. That's a gate-to-wire score under Kirk Johnson, Broadway Ruckus, trained by Paul Mandolfino, for owner Lincoln Rodhay. That's the second lifetime win. Both wins coming this year for Broadway Ruckus. 1 mile and 70 yards in a time of 1:43 and 3. A double for Kirk Johnson and Paul Mandolfino. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. It is official. Prices are up. Broadway Ruckus, $9.30, $4.70, and $2.50. Number 4, Erie Island Man second, $6.90 to place, $3. Third is the 2, No More, $2.10 to show. $2 exacta, 3-4, $52.70. The $1 try, 3-4-2, $50.55. $1 super, 3-4-2-1, $126.95. $2 double, 2-3, $46.80. $1 pick 3, $65.05. Racing is back tomorrow at Fort Erie Racetrack, Tuesday the 26th. First post, 3 p.m. Changes for race 4. Vet scratched the number 2, Roadmap. Rider change on the number 6, Silent But Violent. Make the rider Chris Husbands. Stewart scratched the main track only number 8, Cozy Valentine. 17 minutes to post.
Race 4 is our first turf event of the day at about 7 furlongs. This is a claiming event for fillies and mares in for that $4,000 tag open. Claimers going postward in here, and we'll start with the horse on the outside, the number 7, Awilda's Treasure, who's simply the horse to beat. And talking about simply, she simply just doesn't like the dirt like the way that she does the turf. Last time out in the Molson Cup, it was rained off and moved to the main track in a mile and a 16th, and it just was not her game. In terms of the trip that she kind of got a similar trip to what we've seen in the past, but she had nothing left to offer in the stretch. You go back 2 starts, mile to 16th on the turf, and it was very different. She ended up finishing 3rd in a really nice race, a starter optional claiming event behind Monastery Lane and Glitter Bay, and I thought she raced well overall. She just has that 1 win from 9 starts in 2023. It was on the grass at today's distance against $9,000 non-winners of 3 lifetime, and I just think we're going to see a much improved performance from her, and I think she's really hooked some tough groups in her last 2 starts. Other ones, though, maybe to consider, the number 3, Kremlin Bird. Scored a little bit of an upset last time out over Frerette, who was a horse that was well respected in that spot. And Kremlin Bird needed every inch of ground in the end to get the job done and ended up winning by a nose. Now, that was going 5/8. That was just a week ago. Now going to stretch out to the 7/8 distance here. And I think even on the stretch out, I really think probably 7/8 is what she prefers. Her record, she is just 1 for 2, but she's got that late kick and that late turn of foot. Even off the short rest, I think she'll do well. And I actually thought Alexis Sanchez rode him really well last time out. These two really got along quite well. The Gary Chidobiak barn has been picking up momentum here later on in the season. And then wrapping it up, I was torn between the number 1, Seeds of Grandeur, and the 6, Silent by Violent. I just thought Silent but Violent has a bit of a stronger edge in terms of numbers here on the Fort Erie Turf Course. They're very similar. Their best races have been here on the grass, and going 2 and 3 starts back, Silent but Violet was able to pick up that 2nd lifetime win and then finish 2nd behind Awilda's Treasure. So I think if you like the 7, you have to like Silent but Violent, and this is a mare who simply needs the turf. And we've seen that time and time again. They put this one up in Woodbine last time out against a tough group and really wasn't able to hold her own. But I think getting back here locally will make all the difference in this upcoming 4th race. But for me, I go to the outside, the number 7, Awilda's Treasure for the Dale Powell barn and Jeff Alderson. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 4th race. Race 4 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. Going to travel about 7 furlongs over the turf course for a price of $4,000. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $10,000. Post parade, number 1 is Seeds of Grandeur. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Nancy Fairgrieve. Scratch the 2. Number 3 is Crumlin Bird. Alexis Sanchez has the call for owner trainer Gary Chadobiak. Number 4 is Rain by Rain. Amanda Vandermeer's pilots for trainer Daryl Ezra and owner Double Blooded Stables. Number 5, Savvy's Sister. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Paula Loescher and owner Phil Vanderberg. Number 6 is Silent But Violent. Chris Husbands picks up the mount for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Dale Powell owns and trains the number 7, A Wildest Treasure. The rider is Jeffrey Alderson. Scratch the 8. 2 minutes to post for race 4. We're on the turf for the start of the late pick 5. Pool is guaranteed at $10,000. Starting gate is in position on the turf course. Not too much time left to get your race 4 wagers in. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 kicks off here. Field for race 4 is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. Late pick 5 starts here, fillies and mares. 7 furlongs over the turf course. Current favorite is the 7, A Wildest Treasure, 5-2. Co-favorite is the 3, Crumlin Bird. Support at 7-2 for the 1, Seeds of Grandeur, and the 6, Silent But Violent. Pretty competitive group of mares. To kick off the late pick 5, Seeds of Grandeur and Pierre Mailhot, the first to go in. Last out winner, Crumlin Bird with Alexis Sanchez. Rain by Rain with Amanda Vandermeersch. Savvy's Sister and Kirk Johnson, looking for his 3rd win on the card. Silent But Violent, Chris Husbands. Last in will be A Wildest Treasure and Jeffrey Alderson. All set. And they're off. A good start. Crumlin Bird is showing speed from the outside. The Wildest Treasure looks for position. Seeds of Grandeur up the rail. 6 across the track as they go into the turn. They're all looking for the lead. It is Crumlin Bird, a narrow advantage. Silent But Violent. Rain by Rain and Savvy Sister between horses. Seeds of Grandeur is taking back along the rail with A Wildest Treasure to her outside. The whole field of 6 is gapped by about 3 lengths. Into the backstretch they go. It is Crumlin Bird. Rain by Rain taken back to the pocket now. Savvy Sister second on the outside. 3 deep, Silent But Violent. 23-1 for the quarter. Seeds of Grandeur is saving ground from the back with A Wildest Treasure on the outside. Midway down the backstretch, Crumlin Bird at 3-5 is now cruising a length better than Savvy's Sister. Rain by Rain is 3rd on the inside of Silent But Violent. Seeds of Grandeur at the back. A Wildest Treasure tries to get going between horses. Half mile, 46-2 into the turn. It's Crumlin Bird, 1.5. Rain by Rain advancing on the inside of Savvy's Sister. A Wildest Treasure splitting them. Silent But Violent is done on the back with Seeds of Grandeur. Quarter of a mile to go. It is Crumlin Bird. She's opened up 2 and yet to be asked. A Wildest Treasure is in the second. Rain by Rain 3rd. Savvy's Sister tired. Seeds of Grandeur trying to rally. Crumlin Bird is getting stronger as the race gets longer. She's up by 7 in the final furlong. Crumlin Bird in an absolute romp here. Crumlin Bird is coasting home, going to win by 6. A Wildest Treasure second. The battle is for show between Seeds of Grandeur and Rain by Rain. Seeds of Grandeur gets in front for that spot. 125 flat. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 3, Crumlin Bird. Second is the 7, A Wildest Treasure. Third, number 1, Seeds of Grandeur. Fourth is the 4, Rain by Rain. Unofficial race 4 order, 3-7-1-4. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's fourth race, number 3, Crumlin Bird. Crumlin Bird is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Silver Max out of Re-Energize, bred here in Ontario by Adena Springs. That's a score on the front end for apprentice Alexis Sanchez. Crumlin Bird is owned and trained by Gary Chidobiak. She's becoming a real horse for course. That's her 3rd win over the Fort Erie Turf Course this season. The about 7 furlong distance completed in a time of 1:25 flat. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. It's official. Crumlin Bird, $3.40, $2.10, $2.10. Second is the 7, A Wildest Treasure, $3, $2.50. Number 1, Seeds of Grandeur, third, $2.80. $2 Exacta, $3.7, $8.40. The $1 Try, $3.71, $18.30. $1 Super, $3.714, $48.65. The $2 Double, a pair of threes, $15.10. $1 Pick 3, $67.40. There's a claim out of race 4. The winner, Crumlin Bird, claimed by Tanya Orth and Guy Blair, moves to the barn of trainer Mark Fournier. Changes for race 5, an overweight on the number 3, Morning Thoughts, 2 pounds over at 124. Vet scratch to the number 4, Executive Giant. 16 minutes to post.
Race 5 is up next, an allowance event. 4 non-winners of 3 lifetime, 6.5 furlongs here on the main track. And we'll kick it off with the horse on the outside. The number 7, Wilberforce, has just been such a fun horse to watch here all season long. He didn't make his way to the races until 4 years of age, which is this year, and he's just been very impressive. He's only missed the board once in 6 starts, 2 of which have been wins, and he comes in this race off a really nice second place finish in the Puss in Boots at 1.16 miles on the turf. And you look at his pedigree, you might think, well, he's more of a turf horse. I don't think that's the case. He obviously does have a dirt win under his belt, but in his most recent dirt start, which is against this level of competition, 3 starts back, going 5.5, he finally found himself not on the lead. He's been a front runner through and through. He was towards the back of the pack early on. He got dirt in his face, which I think was a learning experience. I don't think he wanted any part of that, but he still made a really nice move in the stretch when he was able to angle out to finish 3rd behind Jabaro and Big Warden. And I think looking at his last couple of races, he's got a little bit of distance under his belt, going 7/8 and 1.16 miles. So should be very sharp on this cutback to 6.5 furlongs. Just a really consistent type. And I said he's fun to watch. I think part of it is he's still green. He's still trying to put it all together. And I think going forward, we'll see him hopefully maybe another time this season and see what he's able to bring to the table next year as a 5-year-old. Other ones, though, maybe to consider: the number 3, Morning Thoughts. It's one on the Jeff Voice barn, was 6th in that Puss in Boots Cup. Prior to that, went up to Woodbine to try the Tapeta at 6.5 against 15,000 non-winners of 3 lifetime. And he kind of got that same trip that he usually does, just tracking the pace. But I don't think necessarily he loves the synthetic. And you look at him here locally at Fort Erie, those 4 local attempts. He does have a win, but he does have a slew of second place finishes, 3 to be exact. And they've tried different things. They've had him very close to the pace. They've tried him from off of it, and he just keeps on getting second. Doesn't matter. But I think the big thing is his numbers. They're very strong. In some of those races, the pace was contested and horses maybe got to the front, and he was trying to pick up the pieces late. But a very nice horse here that's at least worth a shot in the exotics, and maybe he can turn the tables. I will say, from a physical impression, he always looks great, but he looks really good here for this event today. And then finally, the number 5, Victory March, with the son of McLean's Music. He was a winner last time out, fresh off the claim for the John Sims barn. This is a horse that they picked up in the prior start on July 3rd for $6,000, moved him up to that allowance event. And in terms of trip, dead last early on, circled the field to win by 3/4 of a length. And the pace certainly helped on that August 8th race. Going today's distance, the pace was hot, and just a very patient ride from Jeff Alderson, who's been riding for the John Sims barn and riding quite well. That was one of his best career buyers of a 71, close to his career best of a 74, and just excited to see him here sticking at that 6.5 furlong distance and facing a group that I think is probably equally as tough as he did last time out. So very interesting race here to kick off this late pick 4. It's race number 5 here from Fort Erie. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 5th race. It's an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races, going to go a distance of 6.5 furlongs. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $10,000. Post parade, number 1 is Justin's Way. Omar Marino rides for trainer Mark Fournier, who owns in partnership with Scott Leith and Dean Zaniel. Number 2 is 7 is a Breeze. Amanda Vandermeersch has the call for trainer John Sims and owner Hopefield Farm. Number 3 is Morning Thoughts. Ishmael Mosquera in the saddle for trainer Jeff Voice and owners Robin Voice, Casey Voice, and Greg Atho. Scratch the 4, number 5, Victory March. Jeffrey Alderson rides for trainer John Sims and owner Tony Gato. Number 6 is Action Point. Emil Ramsamy pilots for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Andrew Weems. Completing the field, number 7 is Wilberforce. Chris Husbands rides. Sharon Chicado trains and part owns with Vino Bahari. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 4 coming up here in the 5th. Field for race 5, about to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Co-favorite at 2-1 are the 5, Victory March, and the 7, Wilberforce. 7-2 support for the number 1, Justin's Way. Late pick 4 wagering kicking off here in the 5th race, $10,000 guaranteed pool. First to come up, Justin's Way with Omar Marino. Seven is a Breeze and Amanda Vandermeersch. 1 of 2 for the John Sims barn. Justin's Way backs out. Justin's Way back in. 7 is a Breeze up next. Morning Thoughts and Ishmael Mosquera. Victory March, now the slight favorite at 9-5, Jeffrey Alderson aboard. Action Point with Emil Ramsamy. Last in will be Wilberforce and Chris Husbands. They are at the post. A little bit of trouble at the start there. 7 as a Breeze popped his gate open. Front of the gate being resecured. All set. And they're off. Action Point broke sharply. Justin's Way showing up from the inside. And here comes Wilberforce with a rush from the outside draw. It is Wilberforce leading the charge. Justin's Way second on the inside. Action Point back to third, being passed now by Victory March. Then we have Morning Thoughts, and at the back, 7 is a Breeze. Justin's Way slips up the inside to take the lead, a half length better than Wilberforce. Victory March gaining ground on the outside. The opening quarter was 23-3. That's moderate with the wins at their back. Stalking spot 4th and 5th for Action Point and Morning Thoughts, and then it's a gap of 6 more to 7 is a Breeze. Just over 3 furlongs to race, and now Victory March has cruised to the lead. It is Victory March 3/4 of a length better than Justin's Way. Wilberforce is calling it quits. Action Point moving into the race well on the outside with Morning Thoughts also under a drive. 7 is a Breeze yet to tack on. 45 and 4 to the half. They swing for the drive. It's Justin's Way and Victory March locked in battle. Action Point and Morning Thoughts both trying to rally. Victory March the lead over Justin's Way. Morning Thoughts and Action Point down the outside, but Victory March striding out nicely. It is Victory March with powerful strides coming down to a 4-length score, wrapped up at the end under Jeffrey Alderson. Second was Morning Thoughts, then Justin's Way and Action Point, 1:15-3. Wow. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 5, Victory March. Second is the 3, Morning Thoughts. Third, number 1, Justin's Way. And fourth is the 6, Action Point. Unofficial race 5 order, 5-3-1-6. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's fifth race, number 5, Victory March. He's a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by McLean's Music out of Victory on Tap, bred in Kentucky by Judy Hicks. That's a riding double today for Jeffrey Alderson. Victory March is trained by John Sims for owner Tony Gato. That's the second win this year for Victory March, back-to-back victories since being claimed by the Sims barn, third lifetime win. That's a quick 6.5 furlongs, 1:15.3, just 2/5 of a second off of the track record. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. It's official. Victory March delivers at 4-5, 390, 260, 310. Second is the 3 Morning Thoughts, 550 to place, 470. Third, number 1, Justin's Way, 610 to show, $2 exacta, 5-3, 1720. $1 try, 531, 4480. $1 super, 5316, $119.45. $2 double, 3-5, $11 even. $1 pick 3, $20.05. $1 early pick 4, $182.35. $1 early pick 5, $543.95. Fort Erie Racetrack's Fan Appreciation Day is taking place on Tuesday, October 17th at 1 o'clock. It's the final live racing day of the 2023 season. We're going to have prize draws, free programs, and much more. Changes for race 6, an overweight on the number 1, Little Fire, 2 pounds over at 124. Rider change on the number 3, Love My Cheryl. Make the rider Chris Husbands. 19 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a couple of rider changes being announced for the first time. Jockey Pierre Mailhot is off his remaining mounts on today's card. Turn your programs forward to race 7. The number 6, Lady of the Fort, will now be ridden by Amanda Vandermeersch. The weight will remain at 119 pounds. In race 8, the number 2, Once Upon a Serenade, will now be ridden by Lenny Seacharan. So once again, in race 7, number 6, Lady of the Fort, new rider Amanda Vandermeersch. Race 8, number 2, Once Upon a Serenade, new rider Lenny Seacharan.
We kick off the late pick 3 here with fillies and mares in the spotlight at a distance of 6 furlongs on the main track, a claiming price of $8,000. We'll kick this field off with the number 5, JMR Gemma, out of the John Sims barn. And we just saw John Sims win the last race with Victory March, looking for another win here with this 4-year-old daughter of Giant Gizmo, who's just been very impressive and consistent throughout her career. And I think a big part of her success has been Amanda Vandermeersch. When you look down the page and look at how these two have gotten along swimmingly well, those 2 wins this year in 2023, Amanda was aboard for both of them. And, you know, you look at those spots, they were lesser than her last 2 starts, and she's been able to get the job done. But I have to say, even in those deeper waters, 2 starts back and more recently in that most recent race, those were really tough runners. Cozy Valentine, Snell Flicka, and then even Sheba Town and Gimbala in that allowance event. We know Sheba Town went on to win the Horse People's Luminary Cup in her following start, and I think this is where she belongs. 8,000 is probably where she can get the job done, but no disrespect to her last couple efforts. She's run very big last time out, only missed by 3/4 of a length. So I do make her my top pick in here. I think there are a couple others maybe to look at. Intrigue here with the number 7, Halo Style, who's the daughter of Amise Holiday out of a Distorted Humor mare for Colebrook Farms. Only has 1 dirt race under her belt. It was not the greatest of performances. The race was won by Shoulda, Coulda, Woulda. Natasha's Business was second. We know what sort of season she's had this year. But that race was all the way back on September 19th. It was allowance level, non-winners of 2 lifetime. And she was a 3-year-old. I think now as a 4-year-old filly, she's developed a little bit more and she's just had better races. She's a 2-time winner in 2023. The big thing with those 2 wins, when you look at them, 6.5 and 7 furlongs on the Tapeta up at Woodbine, but she was very forward in both of them. So looking at this field, she draws the outside. I don't know if I necessarily would call her that fast, especially in her last win, but I just wonder if she can get a good position with the outside run and maybe, tuck over and be close to it. I think she's got a really good shot here, and I think we're going to see a better performance on the dirt today than we did last year. Rounding out my top 3 is the number 3, Love My Cheryl. It's the 3-year-old daughter of Brody's Cox, who's on her toes here in the walking. Her looks very good here for Dave and Julie Mathis. was fifth last time out in that Horse People's Luminary Cup that I mentioned earlier, won by Sheba Town. Gimbala was second, came back to win next time out. And she's had to face those two runners in her last two efforts. I just think the waters were really deep. We saw her win her second and third career races in consecutive starts against allowance level. And those are at 5.5. I think the 6 is probably even a little bit better for her. She's kind of a late running horse who makes up those strides and that ground in the stretch. And I think today at 6 furlongs, she's got a live shot here. Curious to see how much action she'll take here in race number 6. But for me, the number 5, Jamar Gemma, is my top pick. Best of luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 6th race. It's a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year, or which have never won 4. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Post parade number 1 is Little Fire. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Desmond Maynard and owner P413 Racing. Number 2 is Orbiting the Sky. Mark Lee Buchanan in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Also from the barn of Julie Mathis is number 3, Love My Cheryl. Chris Husbands picks up the mount for owner David Mathis. Howard Keene owns and trains the number 4, Easy Access. The rider is Alexis Sanchez. Number 5 is JMR Gemma. Amanda Vandermeer's pilots for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. Number 6 is Cedar Valley. Keve Nichols rides for trainer Carrie Brooks, who owns in partnership with Philip Brooks. Completing the field, number 7 is Halo Style. Leo Salas rides for trainer Patrick Dixon and owner Colebrook Farms. 3 minutes to post for race 6, final pick 3 of the day offered here. Field for race 6 is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. Heavy favorite at 4 to 5 is the number 5, JMR Gemma. Second choice at 7 to 2 is Halo Style, invading from Woodbine. 9 to 2 support for the number 3, Love My Cheryl, as they begin loading. Little Fire with Ishmael Mascara, a last out winner. Orbiting the Sky with Mark Lee Buchanan. Love My Cheryl, Chris Husbands picks up the mount. Easy Access with Alexis Sanchez. JMR Gemma, Amanda Vandermeersch, trainer John Sims looking for a double on the card. Cedar Valley, Kevin Nichols. Last up will be Halo Style with Leo Salez. All in line. And they're off. JMR Gemma with a good start. Also showing up is Love My Cheryl, Halo Style from the outside. Orbiting the Sky races in fourth along the rail with Cedar Valley to the outside. Easy Access between them, and then a gap of 3 to Little Fire. JMR Gemma, a short lead over Love My Cheryl. Halo Style pushed along from third on the outside. Easy Access into fourth. Cedar Valley is wide on the track, saving ground orbiting the Sky. 3 more to Little Fire. 22 and 2 for a contested early pace. It is JMR Gemma, the favorite, under a hold. Love My Cheryl right there from second. Halo Style under a drive in third. Easy Access moving comfortably from fourth. Cedar Valley needs to do better with Orbiting the Sky. Little Fire let the tack on. 45 flat to the half at the top of the stretch. It is JMR Gemma. Love My Cheryl still second. Easy Access is into third. Orbiting the Sky trying to rally up the inside. It is JMR Gemma on top. Love My Cheryl tries to dig in. Orbiting the Sky into third. Down to the wire they come. JMR Gemma set fast fractions and is trying to hold off Orbiting the Sky. JMR Gemma holds on. Orbiting the Sky second, then Love My Cheryl and Little Fire. 1, 10, and 4. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 5, JMR Gemma. Second is the 2, Orbiting the Sky. Third, number 3, Love My Cheryl. Fourth, number 1, Little Fire. Unofficial race 6 order, 5, 2, 3, 1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's sixth race, number 5, JMR Gemma. She's a 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Giant Gizmo out of She's a Ringer, bred here in Ontario by Nick Nozowenko. Ridden to victory today by Amanda Vandermeersch, JMR Gemma is trained by John Sims. That's a double on the card for John Sims. He owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. 3 wins this season for JMR Gemma. That's her 5th lifetime win, completing the 6 furlongs today in a time of 1:10:04. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. It's official. Prices are up. JMR Gemma, $290, $220, $210. Number 2, Orbiting the Sky, second, $990 to place, $410. Third is the 3, Love My Cheryl, $230 to show. $2 Exacta, $5.2, $18.80. $1 Try, $5.23, $24.90. $1 Super, $5.231, $81.45. $2 Double, a pair of 5s, $5.90, and the $1 Pick 3, $8.05. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Changes for race 7, an overweight on the number 2, Breach of Trust, 1 pound over at 123. Rider change on the number 3, Ngabe, make the rider Juan Crawford. Overweight on the number 5, Ashwicken, 1 pound over at 120. Rider change on the number 6, Lady of the Fort, make the rider Amanda Vandermeersch. And an overweight on the number 8, Mighty Pele, 2 pounds over at 124. 17 minutes to post.
Race 7, we're on the turf here at about 7 furlongs, $4,000 maiden claimers going poster. A really nice field here, a big field as well. I think a lot of directions to go. And when you look at this group, I think it's going to be pretty tough maybe to beat the number 5, Ashwick. Gary Chidobiak had a winner earlier on the program with Kremlin Bird, looking to get that double here with this daughter of English Channel, who when you look at her races, she's raced very well here locally. Last time out, she faced the boys, 3-year-old and upward, maiden special weight competition, and she looked like she was full of run in the stretch, and she was, but she just got caught in the end. She finished 4th, beaten by a length and 3/4 behind Bait and Switch, who we saw earlier today, was able to win on the dirt in race number 2. We see another runner in here as well who we'll see later today in the nightcap. And I just think looking at her now in for 4,000, this is her time to shine. I wonder if 7A sometimes has been a little too short for her. We saw that 2 starts back when Jeff Alderson was aboard. But, I think this is the spot. I think the class relief should be enough to get the job done. And I like that Jeff comes back to ride this one. He's had a great day so far here today at the races. Now, directly to her outside is my second choice. That's the number 6, Lady of the Fort, 4-year-old filly by Fort Larned, who's really shined since getting on the turf. I mean, when you see this horse's dirt races, I wasn't sure she was actually going to, show much. But once she got onto the turf, she finished 3rd in her first turf start back on July 25th. In her last 2, she's run really well. And I think the thing that I like about her is those last 2 efforts have been going a mile. I think that slight cutback today to the 7/8 distance should suit her well. Maybe she got a little bit more fitness, a little bit more stamina from those last 2. And she was forwardly placed. They did not go fast at all last time out, but it was a different sort of running style than we've seen from her in the past. Typically, she has too much work to do late, but I'm really excited to see her cut back today in distance. And finally from here, wide open, a lot of horses you could choose. I'll go to the number 2, Breach of Trust, who's got a little bit of second-itis, as you can tell from those last 4 starts this season. All have resulted in second-place finishes. Don't Stop Dreaming back on July 24th ended up being much the best. And since then, this one's been forwardly placed on the lead in 2 of the 3 races and just has gotten caught in the end. I think last time out didn't help that this one tried to drift out a little bit in the stretch, but those are all going 1 mile and 70 yards here on the main track. Going to get back on the turf course where this one just has 1 start on the grass here locally. It was a 2nd place finish. So maybe the cutback combined with the surface change will be able to get this one back on track and into the winner's circle. But you can't argue with Breach of Trust consistency. Certainly tries to shine just about every single start. But, it's kind of up to you guys and what you want to do with this horse in terms of the top spot. I could not use this horse on the top spot just based on that resume alone. So for me, in terms of my top pick, go to the number 5, Ashwick in here. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th race. It's a maiden claimer for 3-year-olds and up. We're going about 7 furlongs over the turf course for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Post parade, number 1 is Go Go Gabriel. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Gary Chidobiak and owner Robin Osborne. Number 2 is Breach of Trust. Sunny Singh rides for trainer Jimmy Goldenberg and owners Ken Lee, Dennis Mitchell, Don Bell, and Gay Bell. Jakara Farms own the 3 in Gabe. Juan Crawford picks up the mount, trained by Anthony Husbands. Number 4 is Good Skip Indeed. Kirk Johnson pilots for trainer Paula Loescher and owner Kenny Ing. Number 5, Ashwicken. Jeffrey Alderson in the saddle for trainer Gary Chidobiak and owner Terry Peon. Number 6 is Lady of the Fort. Amanda Vandermeersch picks up the mount for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Andrew Stronach. Number 7, Amen to That. Lenny Seacharan rides for trainer Joe Humber, who owns in partnership with B. Hayho. Number 8 is Mighty Pele. Michael David has the call for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Completing the field, number 9, Prince for a Day. Alexis Sanchez will ride for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. 1 minute to post for race 7. We're on the turf course to kick off the late double. Starting gate in position on the turf course. Not too much time left to get your race 7 wagers in. Late double wagering offered here. Race 7 field approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. Co-favorites at 9 to 5 are the 5 Ashwicken and the 2 Breach of Trust. 6 to 1 on the Rail Runner, Go Go Gabriel. The rest of the field are all in double digits. Field of 9 to kick off the late double. Maiden Claimers over the turf course. Set to begin loading. First to come up will be Go Go Gabriel and Chris Husbands. A little fractious behind the gate. Go Go Gabriel steps in. Breach of Trust and Sunny Singh switching to the turf course after a sequence of runner-up finishes on the dirt. Ngabe with Juan Crawford. Good Skip Indeed makes his Fort Erie debut with Kirk Johnson. Ashwicken, one of the fillies in this race, currently the 6 to 5 favorite. Jeffrey Alderson looking for his third win of the day. Lady of the Fort with Amanda Vandermeersch. Amen to That with Lenny Cicheran. Mighty Pele. Blinkers On, Michael David. Last in will be Prince for a Day and Alexis Sanchez. They're at the post. And they're off. Good Skip Indeed out a little slowly. Lady of the Fort looking for position with Mighty Pele deep on the track. Breach of Trust advancing on the inside. Here comes Prince for a Day, widest of all as they race into the clubhouse turn. It is Mighty Pele on top with Prince for a Day taking the turn wide. Breach of Trust is racing in third on the inside, a length better than Lady of the Fort. Racing in fifth, we have Go Go Gabriel with Ngabe, 1.5 back to the favorite, Ashwicken. Then we have Amen to That in the trailer, Good Skip Indeed. Opening quarter raced in 23 and 2. It is a duel up front, Mighty Pele and Prince for a Day, head and head, 2.5 lengths better than Breach of Trust. It's another gap of 3 to Lady of the Fort, who's being joined by Ngabe, Go Go Gabriel, and Ashwicken looking for position. Well back to Amen to That and still trailing Good Skip Indeed. Into the far turn, the half was 46 and 4. This is a hot pace for these leaders, Mighty Pele and Prince for a Day. Prince for a Day now going a little better, but Breach of Trust is descending with Ashwicken gaining ground with every stride. Ngabe, Lady of the Fort, Go Go Gabriel. Then at the back are Amen to That and Good Skip Indeed at the head of the lane. Breach of Trust is gaining on Prince for a Day. Ashwicken third, passing Mighty Pele. It is Breach of Trust. Can he finally get this maiden win? Breach of Trust and Sunny Singh. Ashwicken not doing enough. It is Breach of Trust and Sunny Singh. 14 starts the charm. Breach of Trust on top. Prince for a Day a game second after that speed duel. Then Ashwicken and Mighty Pele. 125 and 2. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 2, Breach of Trust. Second is the 9, Prince for a Day. Third, number 5, Ashwicken. Fourth is the 8, Mighty Pele. Unofficial race 7 order, 2-9-5-8. Race 7 is now official. Back to the winner's circle. Official winner of today's 7th race, number 2, Breach of Trust. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Super Speedy out of Lotus Lane, bred here in Ontario by Gold Medal Stable. Ridden to victory today by Sunny Singh. Breach of Trust is trained by Jimmy Goldenberg for the ownership group of Ken Lee, Dennis Mitchell, Don Bell, and Gay Bell. 14 starts to charm for Breach of Trust, stalks the pace and sweeps clear to break the maiden in a 7 furlong time of 1:25 and 2. Breach of Trust pays $9.40, $4.60, $2.50. Number 9, Prince for a Day, second, $9.50 to place, $4.60. Number 5, Ashwick in third, $2.20 to show. $2 exacta, $2.9, $72.20. The $1 try, $2.95. $108 even. $1 super, $2.958. $952.15. $2 double, $5.2, $13.80. The $1 pick 3, $15.30. Jackpot High Five wagering offered here in Race 8. The carryover, $2,985.69. Changes for Race 8. A rider change on the number 2, Once Upon a Serenade. Make the rider Lenny Sicheran. Rider change on the 3, Einvar Soldat. Make the rider Juan Crawford. Overweight on the 4, Diamond Heist. 4 pounds over at 124. Overweight on the number 5, Beyond Talented, 2 pounds over at 122. Vet scratch the number 7, Autumn So Flashy. Overweight on the number 8, Get Ready, Set Fire, 1 pound over, 121. 17 minutes to post for Race 8.
We wrap up the Monday card here in race number 8, a 6 furlong event, maiden special weight competition, a really nice big field here that'll go postward. And I think there's a couple directions maybe to go in terms of the top spot. I think the 3 Einwar Soldat will take a lot of respect, as well as the number 5 Beyond Talented. And that's where I landed. I think this horse trained by Joe Schraubler is really going to step up. And you kind of have seen that so far. They claimed this one back on July 18th out of that turf sprint. First start, it was okay. It was a mid-pack finish in a field of 7, but the way that he was able to step up on the cutback to 5.5 from 6.5 last time out, I thought it was a really well-met second. The winner, Reload Bullet, was able to win on the dirt, came back to win next time out as well, and is just a nice horse here for Roy Augustino. And I think looking at that performance alone, I have to think this one can take another step forward here. So I did make this one my top pick. I think he's trending in the right direction. But talking about some others, I mentioned the number 3 Einwar Soldat. This horse has simply just not shown his best yet. You can see he had some trouble early in his career where he was breaking slowly out of the gate. He left himself with so much work to do. And while he's been breaking better than he did in those first 2 starts, he's still been typically too far back to make an impact. I think 2 starts back, he was chasing the pace. More recently, going 7/8 on the turf. He was dead last early on and only missed by half a length behind Bait and Switch. And as I mentioned earlier, he picked up his second win in a row here in race number 2 today. For this runner, he had a 59 buyer in that start. I thought it was a very good effort. He has failed, though, as the favorite in his last 2. But here's the key. He is going to race with blinkers on today. He's never raced with blinkers, and hopefully that's the focus that he needs. And hopefully he can get out of the gate in well order and can just get a good stride and not be too far off of it with too much work to do late. So he's got a big shot in here. Rider change in here, though, to 1. Crawford, Melanie Pinto off her mounts for the rest of the day. And then finally, wide open for 3rd. I think if you're playing the exotics and the trifecta, you really need to spread here to be covered. I went to the outside, the number 10, OPG, this one for Sharon Sakato. I claimed this one for 6,000 out of a 1.70-mile event on the dirt, then cut this one back. And once again, he was 3rd, right behind Beyond Talented in that event. Now, he was pretty far back behind that runner, but I'm just wondering, with another start now today, start number 2 in the barn, can he improve off of that? I think so. I like that he draws the outside, and I like that Chris Husbands sticks with him in here in tonight's nightcap. But for me, I'm all in on the number 5, Beyond Talented. Best of luck here in the 8th, and don't forget, join us tomorrow for another 8-race program with some really big competitive fields. Good night.
Field is making their way on track for today's 8th and final race. It's a maiden allowance event for 3-year-olds and up. Going to go 6 furlongs. Race 8 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. The carryover, $2,985. Post parade, number 1 is Bust a Groove. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Roy Agostino and owner Born to Run Racing Stable. Number 2, Once Upon a Serenade. Lenny Seacharan picks up the mount for trainer Claudia Rabstein and owner John Grinsteins. Away from parade, number 3 is Einvar Soldat. Juan Crawford picks up the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Kendra Wieczorek owns and trains the number 4 Diamond Heist. The rider is Ishmael Mosquera. Number 5, Beyond Talented. Brian Shane rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 6 is Tonka Wakan. Amanda Vandermeer's pilots for trainer Tom Steer, who owns in partnership with Richard Walpole. Scratch the 7. We'll come back to the 8, number 9, Le Grand Garçon. This one also goes for Tom Steer and Richard Walpole. The rider, Jeffrey Alderson.
Sorry, jockey was off the 8. We're just looking for 10.
Number 10, Opeachy. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Sharon Chicotto, who owns in partnership with Diane Nellist. On screen now, number 8 is Get Ready, Set Fire. Shane Ellis rides for trainer Marilyn Johnston and owner Bruno Schickadans. Jackpot high five wagering here in the nightcap, field of 9 maiden allowance types to close out the Monday action. Starting gate in position. Not much time left to get your jackpot high five wagers in. Race 8 field heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. Even money favorite is the 3 Einvar sold at. Second choice at 5-2 is the 5 Beyond Talented. Maiden allowance to close out the card. Jackpot high five here in the 8th. First to come up is Bust a Groove with Alexis Sanchez. First time starter Once Upon a Serenade with Lenny Ciceran. Blinkers on, Einvar sold at. Juan Crawford on the 6-5 choice. Diamond Heist tries the dirt for the first time, Ishmael Mosquera. Beyond Talented with Brian Shane in the colors of Radcliffe Racing Stable. Tonka Wakan with Amanda Vandermeersch, one of 2 for the Tom Steer barn. Get Ready, Set Fire, first time starter under Shane Ellis. The Gray, Le Grand Garçon, blinkers on. Jeffrey Alderson looking for his 3rd win of the day. Last up will be Opeachy and Chris Husbands. Le Grand Garçon goes in. Fractious in the gate, Beyond Talented. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch being announced here for the first time by order of the track veterinarian. Take out the number 5, Beyond Talented. Number 5, Beyond Talented, a late vet scratch at the gate. Any wagers, win, play, show, exactor, try, super, jackpot, high five with the number 5, Beyond Talented will be refunded. There will be a consolation double paid, and if you had Beyond Talented in any live pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5 wagers, you will inherit the post-time favorite. So once again, that is a late vet scratch of the number 5, Beyond Talented. Opeachy is in, and we are all set for the nightcap. And they're off. Once Upon a Serenade missed the start. Opeachy showing speed from the outside. Einvar sold that, blasting out with the blinkers on. Diamond Heist also forwardly placed, and up the rail is Bust a Groove. Bust a Groove and Einvar sold that, dueling for the early lead. Diamond Heist is taking back into 3rd. Opeachy 4th on the outside after that sharp break. On the inside, advancing after the slow start, Once Upon a Serenade. Tonka Wakan racing between horses. At the back, Get Ready, Set Fire, and Le Grand Garçon. Opening quarter, 22-1 into the sunset turn they go, and Bust a Groove has opened up 2 lengths on Einvar sold that, pushed along at 3-5. Diamond Heist cruises into 2nd, moving nicely. It's a gap of 4 more to Tonka Wakan. Opeachy and Once Upon a Serenade well back to Le Grand Garçon and Get Ready, Set Fire. 45 flat to the half at the head of the lane. It is Bust a Groove taken on now by Diamond Heist. Diamond Heist takes the lead on the outside of Bust a Groove. Einvar Soldat needs to do better at 3 to 5. Well back to the rest of them. It is Diamond Heist and Ishmael Mascara striding out nicely. Diamond Heist going on to a 5-length score. Einvar Soldat up for second over Bust a Groove. Then Tonka Wakan, Opeachy and Le Grand Garçon in a photo for fifth for the jackpot high five. 1-10-1. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 4, Diamond Heist. Second is the 3, Einvar Soldat. Third, number 1, Bust a Groove. Fourth is the 6, Tonka Wakan. Unofficial race 8 order, 4, 3, 1, 6. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 8th race, number 4, Diamond Heist. Diamond Heist, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Danish Dynaformer out of Tale of Houdini, bred here in Ontario by Charles Fipke. Ridden to victory today by Ishmael Mascara. Diamond Heist is owned and trained by Kendra Wichorik. Breaking the maiden in attempt number 4, his first start over the Fort Erie Dirt, Diamond Heist completes the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:10-1. Hold all tickets until race 8 is made official. It's official. Diamond Heist, $14.90 to win, $4.80, $3.30. Number 3, Einvar sold at second, $2.30 to place, $2.10. Third is the 1, Bust a Groove, $3.30 to show. $2 Exacta, 4-3, $24.30. The $1 Try, 4-3-1, $55.40. $1 Super, 4-3-1-6, $290.30. More information about the Jackpot High 5 coming your way later. $2 Double, 2-4, $61.70. The Consolation Double with the late scratch number 5, $8.10. $1 Pick 3, $119.20. $1 Pick 4, $191.20. The $1 Pick 5, $687.95. On screen now, the 5th place photo for race 8. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on at the track, live streaming, and all of our race replays. Tune in to the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing will be back tomorrow at Fort Erie. First post will be 3 o'clock. Fort Erie's Track-O-Lantern is taking place on October 9th at 1 o'clock. Kids in costume can come and trick-or-treat around the track. Fan Appreciation Day is happening on Tuesday, October 17th at 1 o'clock. It's the final live racing day of the season. We're going to have prize draws, free programs, and much more. The Homestretch Bar and the Tiki Barbecue are closed for the season, but they will reopen on Track-O-Lantern Day. Tune in to your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. That concludes the Monday action here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We want to thank everybody for joining us today. A solid day of racing here at the Fort. Another great card coming your way tomorrow at the Border Oval. Some big fields late in the day tomorrow. Sure to be another exciting day of racing as we wrap up the late summer post time. Once again, thank everybody for their support here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Have a lovely Monday night, and we will see you tomorrow.